miles around the sea, but they are true to Lucky Strike called LSMFT. Be happy, go lucky, be happy, go lucky, go lucky strike today. Yes, light up a Lucky and enjoy the happy blending of perfect mildness and rich taste in one great cigarette, Lucky Strike. You see, only fine tobacco gives you both perfect mildness and rich taste. And LSMFT, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So next time, try a carton of Lucky Strike and be happy, go lucky. Be happy. Go Lucky Strike, be happy, go Lucky Strike today. The Lucky Strike program starts Jack Bentley with Barry Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, the Spokesman Quartet, and yours truly, Don Wilson.
I didn't hear the whole sentence. She said something about interracial relationships. So I swear to God she did. Next time I hear that episode, I gotta listen to the whole thing.
Ladies and gentlemen, yesterday USC and UCLA met in their annual football classic. So let's go out to Jack Benny's house a few hours before the game.
We better hurry, Jack, or we'll miss the kickoff.
Yeah, let's go already. Just a minute. I want to copy the lineups out of the paper.
Here's a pencil.
Thanks.
Get to the Coliseum.
Why do that when the lineups are right here in the paper? Now, let's see.
Well, it's silly to copy it. Why don't you just cut them out?
Because we have to put the paper back on the Coleman's porch.
Now, let's see. Here's UCLA's lineup. Mumo, Narletsky, Flynn, Stroshine, Livingston. Livingston? Mary.
That's Cliff Livingston.
Oh. I thought it was your sister.
No, Jack. Babe is with the Green Bay Packers.
Oh, yes, I forgot. Livingston, Mitchell, Cogswell.
I used to play football when I was in high school.
Really, Dennis? What position did you play?
Bent over like the rest of them.
Livingston, Mitchell, Cogswell.
Gee, I'll never forget our big game. I was the quarterback, and there was just a few seconds to play.
I want to hear humor that was considered conservative at the time, but it's outlandish.
So I called for the water boy.
What?
While everybody else was drinking, I ran for a touchdown.
But Dennis, that doesn't count.
I know, I forgot the ball.
But, Dennis, how could...
Wait a minute, Mary. Wait a minute. I'll take it. Dennis, did you also play football in college?
No.
You're sure you didn't play college football?
No, why?
Well, some years ago in a Rose Bowl game, a player ran 80 yards in the wrong direction, and I thought it might have been you. Now, let's see.
Well, that was my father.
Well, at least I had it in the right family. Now, let's see. I've got the lineup copied. Rochester, don't forget to put the paper back on the Coleman's porch.
Yes, sir.
And did you make the sandwiches?
Uh-huh, and I put your Ovaltine in a whiskey bottle like you told me to.
Ovaltine in a whiskey bottle?
When Mr. Bentley takes his 3 o'clock nap, he wants people to think he passed out.
Never mind. Did you pack my binoculars, Rochester?
No, I thought you'd rather carry them. Here.
Thanks.
Jack, when'd you buy those binoculars?
When I got my television set, I used them for watching Faye Emerson. I stopped when she brought Skitch Henderson on. Hand me the basket, Rochester. Come in. Well, Mr. Kitso.
Hello, Mr. Bentley.
Oh, my, I just dropped by to return this roasting pan you loaned me for Thanksgiving.
Oh, good, good.
Did you have a nice Thanksgiving dinner, Mr. Kitzel?
Oh, it was wonderful. Thanksgiving is the one day in the year that all my wife's relatives gather together, unfortunately at my house.
Why, Mr. Kitzel, you sound a little sarcastic.
Oh, not intentional. I love having all our relatives for dinner, excepting my wife's brother. Is he a glutton?
A big appetite, huh?
Ooh, appetite. He eats like there's no tomorrow.
Oh, Mr. Kitzel, you're joking.
Joking, he said. Mr. Benny. He sat down and had 6 portions of turkey, 3 helpings of cranberry sauce, 8 portions of dressing. To the yams, he went back full time. Gravy, you could swim in it, and the rolls, Einstein couldn't count it.
Gosh, I bet he didn't have room for dessert.
That he had first. He wasn't taking any chances.
Oh.
But mad I can't get at him because he and my wife happens to be twins.
Twins? Well, do they look alike?
Fortunately for both of them, no.
Oh, well, Mr. Kitzel, we're going to the football game. Would you like to join us?
No, I'd love to, Mr. Benny, but I want to get home before my brother-in-law leaves.
Why?
He may get sick, and this I got to see. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Mr. Kitzel. Oh, what Mr. Kitzel goes through on Thanksgiving.
Hey, Mr. Benny, why didn't you invite us over for Thanksgiving dinner this year like you always do?
Well, I intend to do, Dennis, but I had a little trouble with the butcher.
Well, every time you go to buy something, you have trouble.
Well, this time it wasn't my fault. Turkeys were so expensive that when I started to dicker with the butcher, he got mad, handed me an egg, and said, "Here, take this home, sit on it, and hatch your own turkey." Smart aleck butcher. Turned out to be a duck. 31 days yet. Well, come on, kid. Gee, I hadn't lived that. Well, come on, kid. Let's leave for the game.
Oh, I'm ready. Oh, by the way, Mr. Benny, which team are you going to cheer for?
UCLA.
Why?
Well, I live in Beverly Hills near the college, so it's the neighborly thing for me to cheer for the UCLA team.
And besides, he washes their jerseys.
Yeah, those grass stains are murder. Yeah, I hope UCLA wins.
Well, I'm going to be cheering for USC.
Who are you going to root for, Dennis?
Notre Dame.
Dennis, Notre Dame isn't even playing.
I know, but this year they need all the cheers they can get.
For a minute, I thought you were going to have a silly reason. Now, come on, let's go out and get in the car, kid.
Say, Jack, those trees on your lawn sure look beautiful.
Don't they, though?
I say, Benita, where's the morning paper?
Oh, my goodness.
If that's any fellow bonnet...
Dennis, cut that out! What a kid. You know, Dennis, sometimes you're going to... Hey, Jackson! Huh?
Jack, it's Phil. Hi, Phil.
Hiya, Livy. What are you doing over here at King Solomon's Mine? Phil, not so loud. Remember, you're in Beverly Hills. Stop bragging about it. Someplace it's Beverly Hills. Why, what's the matter? I was driving down the street, stuck out my hand to make a left turn, and someone stole the olive out of my martini. Oh, that's a shame, Phil. And after you took it sightseeing all the way from Encino. Hey, Phil, that's a beautiful car you're driving. Is it new? Yeah, brand new Cadillac. I bought it for Alice. Thought I'd surprise her. You? You bought a car for Alice? Yeah, them joint bank accounts are wonderful. Phil, when Alice finds out I learned how to write my name, she'll kill me. Oh, you know now. You know how to write, huh? Well, I can't believe it. Go ahead, Phil. Let me hear you spell your name. Okay. Philharis. Phil, you left out an R. Oh, yes. Harisr. Phil, my only regret is that I have but one band leader to get to NBC.
Say, Phil, we're going to the football game. Why don't you join us?
I'd like to live, but I can't. Well, so long, kids. See you later. Goodbye,
Bye,
Phil.
Phil.
Oh, wait, kids. Don't forget to listen to me Monday night. I'm going to be on the Lux Radio Theater. Lux? Lux. That's locked.
Well, that's closer than I got with Harris.
Yeah, closer. So long. Well, let's go, kids. Everything all ready, Rochester?
Yes, sir.
Come on. Let's get in the car, everybody.
Say, Jack, your car looks much nicer.
Thanks, Mary.
You even got new seat covers.
That's the top. It sags a little.
Yeah. Now, come on, Dennis. Mary, hop in. Go ahead, Rochester. Start the car.
Yes, sir.
Rochester, why is the motor spitting like that?
We can't stand each other.
Oh, stop. Try it again.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
There we are. The motor was just cold.
Uh-oh.
What's the matter, Rochester?
I forgot to bring the sandwiches.
Well, it's too late now. Maybe after the game we can stop and get something to eat.
Okay, Jack, but this time let's go to a restaurant instead of a drive-in.
Don't you like drive-ins, Mary?
Sure, but the last time Jack drove into one, the girl put the tray on the door and the car turned over.
It did not. Now, come on, kids. Let's enjoy the ride. By the way, Dennis, what are you going to sing on the program this week?
Oh, it's called All My Love. Would you like to hear me sing it?
Sure, Dennis. That would be nice while we're driving along. Now, go ahead. Go ahead and sing. And wait a minute. Mary, did you drop something?
No,
Then what are you bending over for?
I'm hiding till we pass the May Company.
Well, go ahead and sing, Dennis. Go ahead.
I give you all my love. The skies may fall, my love, but I will still be true. All my sighs will disappear at last. Here.
They know you'll sit through music because you just heard Rochester.
Thrill me so I can see.
No.
Set to say goodbye to Leo as he prepares for his final show.
I give you a hug from London for doing that.
I accept it. Thank you.
I'm glad we put that public health element out into the mix as well.
You thrill me so I can see as I recall my life. I've waited all my life to give you all my love. All my love.
That was very good, Dennis, especially the finish. I never knew you could hit such a high note.
Neither did I. When I came to it, the spring in the seat broke through.
Well, as long as you hit us, that's all. Mary, you can get up now. We passed the May Company.
I'm ducking for the one on Crenshaw.
We passed that one, too. Oh, Rochester, we're getting closer to the Coliseum. You better start looking for a place to park.
There's a parking lot, 25 cents.
Yeah.
There's one, 50 cents.
Keep driving, Rochester.
But Jack, the lots close to the Coliseum charge $2 for parking.
Well, it's worth it. Look at all the walking it saves. If you want convenience, you've got to pay for it. Rochester, drive into this lot.
The $2 one?
Yes. Come on, kid.
Oh, here comes the attendant.
Oh, hello, Mr. Benny.
Hello, Joe. How's business?
Very good. I'll bring the money over to your house tonight.
Good. Come on, kid.
Jack, do you own...
Come on. We'll be late for the game. Dennis, don't lag behind.
Oh, I'm coming.
Gee, with a lot of people going to the game.
Jack, maybe you ought to give Dennis his ticket. He may get lost in the crowd.
No, he won't get lost. I've been holding his hand ever since we left the parking lot.
How can you be holding Dennis's hand? He's on the other side of me.
Well, I've been holding... Oh, pardon me, ma'am.
Oh, that's all right. I rather enjoyed it.
Thank you. Are you going to see the football game?
Oh, yes. My boy is playing today.
Oh, really? What does he play?
The tuba.
The tuba? Oh, he's in the band.
Yes. Maybe you've heard of him. Big Mouth McDonald.
Oh, well, I'll watch for him at the half.
You can't miss him. On low notes, he drools a little.
I'll find him. Goodbye. Come on, kids, let's hurry. We don't want to miss the kickoff. Say, Mary, these seats aren't bad, are they?
No, they're fine.
Can you see all right, Dennis? Dennis. Now, where is Dennis?
Attention, please. Will Mr. Jack Benny please report to the Lost and Found Department?
I will not. Let him stay there. The last time I take that kid anyplace, every time we go, I always have that problem.
Jack, look! They're getting ready to start the game.
Yeah, the teams are lining up.
Attention, please. Mr. Benny, will you please come to the Lost and Found Department? He's driving us nuts.
Jack, go get Dennis.
I'm not going to leave now. Here comes the kickoff. Mary, look at that ball go. What a kick. It's going way...
Sorry to bother you, fella, but you're sitting in my seat.
Huh?
That seat belongs to me. Would you mind moving?
Well, you must be mistaken. My ticket says row 72, seat 4. And this is it.
Yeah, well, that's what my ticket says. So if you don't get out of the seat, I'll sit on your lap.
Look, mister...
Come on, get out of the seat or I'll punch you right in the nose.
Oh, yeah?
Mary, please. I'll handle this.
Oh, you will, huh?
Listen, let go of my lapel. You don't have to get that excited. Now, wait a minute. I'm sure the usher can straighten it out. Oh, there's one. Oh, usher. That's all I need. Look, usher, I have a ticket for row 72, seat 4, and this man has a ticket for the same seat. How did that happen?
I don't know, but won't it be cozy?
Never mind that. What are you going to do about it?
Well, if you like, you can sit in seat 6, row 12 on the 50-yard line.
Oh, is that seat vacant?
It ought to be. It's in the Rose Bowl.
Stop being so smart. You are, without a doubt, the most stupid, inefficient, blundering...
When you say that, smile.
Why?
We're on television.
Well, that's the last straw. I've got a good mind to
You lay a hand on me and I'll pull the cork out of your Ovaltine.
Oh, get out of here. Mary, where's that other man?
He's gone.
Good. Come on, we want a touchdown. We want a touchdown.
Jack, stop yelling. It's time out.
Oh.
Jack, look. The cheering section is getting up.
Oh, yes. UCLA. See, they're rooting for both teams. UCLA, USC, all smoke LXMFT. Well, free and easy on the drop. Light 'em, take a puff. Isn't this some clever stuff?
Now, if you want to win this game, just pass those luckies more. The odds are always 2-to-1 that Lucky Strike will score.
Be happy, go lucky, be happy, go lucky strike, be happy.
Go peddlers.
Powerful nations, but relations between the United States and China haven't been easy recently. It's been a story of sanctions, trade wars, and accusations of human rights abuses. Just a couple of weeks ago, this undiplomatic exchange took place between Secretary of State Antony Blinken and China's top diplomat Yang Jiechi at their meeting in Anchorage, Alaska.
I'm hearing deep satisfaction that the United States is back, that we're re-engaged with our allies and partners. I'm also hearing deep concern about some of the actions your government is taking.
Well, I think we thought too well of the United States. We thought that the U.S. side will follow the necessary diplomatic protocols. So let me say here that in front of the Chinese side, the United States does not have the qualification to say that it wants to speak to China from a position of strength.
Such frank language is extremely unusual at meetings like this, but as relations appear strained, we should remember that the two nations are also important trading partners.
All I know is
Almost 40% of Amazon's top sellers are based in China. The flow of goods between the two countries is huge.
Well, it used to be.
Jersey. Attaboy. Attention, Mr. Benny. Please come and get him. You can't do this, Dodge. How many Irish songs can we listen to?
Jack, you better go get Dennis.
Oh, all right. Pardon me. Excuse me.
Peanuts, popcorn, get your hot buttered popcorn here.
Hello, Sonny.
Hello, Mr. Benny. We're doing great.
If you get stuck with any, cry a little. I'll see you later. Now, let's see, where's the lost and found department? I'll ask this fella here. Oh, pardon me, mister, can you tell me where the lost and found department is? No, I'm a stranger here. Well, I know it. Wait a minute. I've seen you before. What's your name? Tavoni. John L.C. Tavoni. Well, Mr. Savoni, don't you remember me? No. But you must. Remember one day you stopped me on the street about a year ago, asked me for a dime for a cup of coffee, and I gave you 50 cents. Holy smoke, is Jack Benny? Well, I thought maybe you'd forgotten me. Oh, no. I told all my fraternity brothers to draw my friends. Fraternity? Mr. Savoni, for a college man, what's happened to you? I'm a poor man, on a stray. Now look. Look, Mr. Savoni, you're my pal. You can call me John. Well, thank you. Now, John, you're always short of money. How did you manage to get into the Coliseum? Well, I'll tell you how it happened in a way. I was walking down the street. I wasn't doing anything. Just walking down the street. I didn't feel like doing anything. Just walking down the street. And a fellow comes up to me and says, "Hey, you." I said, "Who?" He said, "You." I said, "Me?" He said, "Yeah."
I said, what do you want? He said, you want to buy a ticket to the football game? I said, how much you want for the football ticket? He said, $3. So I gave him the $3 and they came to the football game.
But look, you're always broke. Where'd you get the $3 to buy this ticket?
While we were standing there talking, it got kind of chilly. So I put my hand in his pocket.
Well, at least you gave the man his money back. Did you take anything else?
No, but he gave me his card.
Card? Let me see it. J. Edgar Hoover. J. Edgar Hoover?
Yeah, he made me so nervous.
Oh, this is fucking horrible. What is this?
Look, Mr. Savoni, why don't you get some ambition? Go out and find yourself a job. Settle down. Get married.
Oh, I was married once, but my wife threw me out.
Well, why would she do a thing like that?
I don't know. I was just hanging around the house. I wasn't doing anything.
I see what you mean, yes. So long, Mr. Savoni.
So long.
Now, let's see. I wonder where...
Oh, Jack.
Huh?
You find Dennis?
No, and I'm not going to bother. Come on, let's go back to our seat.
What seat? The game is over.
It is? What was the score?
39-0.
39? Oh, isn't that cute? I'll bet they did that just for me. Come on, Mary, let's go home.
Jack will be back in just a moment. First, let's take a tour through an art gallery.
Be happy, go lucky, be happy, go lucky, be happy.
Democracy and autocracy, and it was pretty clear which countries he thought were the democracy and which countries he thought was the autocracy. Is there a feeling in China now that actually China can stand up for the system it has on a global front and point a finger at democracy as being a system that has its own weaknesses?
Well, I think the difference is that China, while it certainly wants to, as the phrase goes, make the world safe for autocracy, in other words, be able to be an autocratic political system that exists in the world without constantly having to defend its very legitimacy, it does not seek to turn existing democracies into autocracies, whereas it sees the United States as doing exactly that, wanting to undermine and delegitimate the existing autocracies in the world. So if one side sees it as an existential ideological battle, I think perforce the other side has to sort of frame it that way as well, unfortunately.
Robert, I want to bring you in not just on the question of U.S.-China relations, but, recently here in the U.S., we've sadly seen an increase in hate crimes against Asian Americans. Do you think any of the anti-Chinese rhetoric expressed during the pandemic has played a role in that in your mind? Are they connected?
I think that was what?
We're a little late. Good night, folks.
He's going to hear everything in a day in the life of Dennis Day. Next week, Amos Randy will be our special guest. John L.C. Savoni was played by Frank.
You're listening to Chin Radio AM 1540, the voice of multicultural Toronto, bringing you the latest updates on COVID-19. Stay informed, stay safe, and stay tuned to Chin Radio AM 1540.
Now, as gunshots echo across the wind-swept, snow-covered reaches of the wild Northwest, Quaker Puff Wheat and Quaker Puff Rice, the breakfast cereal shot from guns, present the challenge of the Yukon. It's Yukon King, swiftest and strongest lead dog of the Northwest, blazing the trail for Sergeant Preston of the Northwest Mounted Police in his relentless pursuit of lawbreakers. On King, on!
Gold. Gold discovered in the Yukon. A stampede to the Klondike in the wild race for riches. Back to the days of the gold rush. With Quaker Puffed Wheat and Quaker Puffed Rice, bringing you the adventures of Sergeant Preston and his wonder dog Yukon King as they meet the challenge of the Yukon.
Hello. Hi, Chuck. You bet I've heard the news. I'll say I heard about the new Quaker model farm. I started building mine already. Boy, talk about fun.
Listen, fellas and girls, hurry. Don't miss out. You too can have a swell, complete miniature model farm. Yes, you can get as many as 46 different detailed scale models in all at no extra cost. Models of farm buildings and farm animals. Yes, you can actually stock your farm with animals. Have your own short Shetland pony. What's more, these key new models are yours today without any delay. There's nothing to send in. There's no waiting. In just a few minutes, you'll hear how you can get a complete, exciting Quaker model farm for your very own. Keep listening. Jack Randall was one of many who failed in the search for gold in the Klondike. He came to Dawson and took possession of a crude shack until he could find work to provide a better home for his wife and year-old son. But hard luck dogged his trail. It was at the time of the year when the days were short. Twilight was gathering in mid-afternoon as Jack ran across the open stretch between the edge of town and the tiny cabin. Gotta hurry. Gotta get my rifle. He looked frequently over his shoulder as he ran, then rushed breathlessly into the shack.
Helen, I gotta get away from here.
Jack, what's the matter?
It's Matson.
Matson? The constable?
Yes, he's after me. I'll get my rifle and clear out.
Jack, Jimmy, you're not...
You stay here. They got nothing on you. I'll send for you.
What do you mean? Why does the law want you?
Because I stole money from Jake Yates.
You stole?
Yes, I did. I lied about the cash I brought home the other day. I didn't earn it. I broke into the safe at Frenchie's and stole the money.
Oh, Jack, no.
Well, it was that or starve and see the baby starve. I should have known I couldn't get away with it. Now Max is coming after me.
Jack, a thief.
What? A dog. Stand back, Helen. Get out of the way.
Jack, put down that rifle.
I'm not going to let him take me prisoner. I'll get back, I tell you.
Jack, oh, stop it. Please, Jack. Jack, look, that's not the constable. It's a man.
He's coming to get me. Stay where you are. I got the drop on you.
Hold it, King.
Turn around. Go back to town or I'll shoot.
Shooting me won't help you, Randall. If you shoot me, there'll be others to get you.
I'm warning you. Turn back.
Jack, please, Jack, you can't shoot a man. You'll hang.
I'm coming for you, Randall.
This is the last warning. Don't come one step nearer or I'll let you have it. No, get away, get away.
Jack,
Get away.
What are you doing, King? I'll take that rifle. There. Down, King. Steady, boy. It's all right now.
Thank heaven you didn't shoot.
Now, Randall, you're under arrest.
You win. I just couldn't get up the nerve to pull that trigger.
Mrs. Randall, I'm sorry I frightened your baby.
I'll take care of him. There, now, Jimmy, it's all right.
I thought it'd be Matson who'd come to get me.
He's still in Whitehorse.
Oh.
I heard about this, so I came ahead of Matson.
I see.
Frenchie didn't want to arrest you, but Matson talked him into filing charges.
Frenchie? He didn't want to arrest me?
No. He knew you'd had hard luck. He wanted to give you a chance to find a job and repay the money, but Matson wouldn't listen to that.
Matson? That dirty ornery...
Matson is not a member of the Northwest Mounted Police, Jack. He'd like to be. He's trying to make a record for himself. He's tried to build you up as a ruthless, murderous criminal, a fugitive from justice in the States.
Well, that's not true. Jack's never done a thing in his life that was wrong until
my wife and boy were hungry.
Now listen to me, Randall. I know Matson. I know his type. He's planning to come here to take you prisoner, and he's hoping you'll resist, so he'll have an excuse to shoot you.
No!
I know that's what he'd do. And I wouldn't even have to try to resist. He'd shoot me and say I resisted. That's why I was ready to shoot Matson, then head south for the border.
And be a hunted man for the rest of your life? No, Randall, that's not the answer. Now listen to me. Frenchie will give your wife a job in his store. She can wait for you to finish your jail term.
I won't go to jail.
Yes, you will. You'll pay for what you've done so you can face the world. Take my word for it, Jack. We'll be happier.
Sergeant Preston talked as a friendly counselor, and he talked convincingly, persuading Jack Randall to submit to arrest and face trial. There was something about the strong-faced Mountie that gave young Randall courage to accept a 3-year term in prison without flinching. He served his time in full. 5 years later, he was a trusted employee in the bank in Whitehorse and a respected member of the community. Apparently, no one knew about his unfortunate affair in Dawson. Not even his employer, Mr. Gregory, who owned the bank.
The clerk said you wanted to speak to me, Mr. Gregory.
Oh, yes, Randall. Come in.
I've just closed up the bank, locked the front door.
Well, first of all, Randall, I want you to know that I am well pleased with the work you've been doing.
Oh, thank you, sir.
I like your work and I like your habits.
My habits?
I've been keeping a close watch on you, my boy. Maybe you didn't suspect it, but I've watched you. If I'd seen you hobnobbing with Candy Lonigan or any of the gambling crowd that hang around his cafe, I wouldn't have liked it. How does your wife feel about living here in Florida?
Oh, she likes it a lot.
And how about your son?
He likes it, too.
How old is he now?
Oh, Jimmy's just 6. Today's his birthday.
That's what I thought.
As soon as I get home, we're going to celebrate. We have a cake with 6 candles on it.
Fine. Now, I don't want to detain you. I just wanted to give you something for the boy. Here it is.
Why, a $20 gold piece.
Yep.
Oh, gosh, thanks, Mr. Gregory. I'll take this home to Jimmy and show it to him. Then bring it back tomorrow and use it to start a bank account in Jimmy's name.
What's the matter?
I just saw that man looking in the window.
I saw him. He's been around town for several days. His name is Matson.
Matson?
I think he's some kind of a special lawman.
Well, yes, I know him.
Does he want you, Jack?
No, he doesn't.
Good. Well, now get along home. Jimmy's waiting for his birthday cake.
Yes, sir.
You can go out the back way. You'll save unlocking the front door.
All right. Good evening, Mr. Gregory.
Goodbye.
Hello there, Randall. Remember me? Yes, Matson. I remember you.
It's been a long time. It's about 5 years since I saw you in court.
You were pretty disappointed, Matson. You didn't get far when you tried to blame me for a lot of other crimes.
Did you do the full stretch?
Yes, I did.
No, I didn't know. I left Dawson soon after you went to jail.
Yes, Sergeant Preston told me you left town.
So you did your stretch, and you came back here and settled down to a new life, huh?
What about it?
Does your boss know you spent 3 years in jail for robbing a safe?
Now, see here, Matson.
Oh, he doesn't know that. I didn't think so.
What about it?
Well, you were probably smart not to tell him. Gregory's not the kind of a man to trust an ex-crook in his bank.
Matson, get this straight. If you try to make any trouble for me...
Oh, forget it. Calm down, Jack. I don't want to make any trouble.
Well, this is a shakedown.
Now, whatever gave you that idea? I wouldn't want to spoil things for you, Jack. There's no reason why the two of us can't be friends.
I gotta go along. My folks are waiting.
Well, there's something I gotta talk about.
You'll have to wait.
I can't wait, Jack. I'm still a lawman, you know.
No, I didn't know.
Well, I am. I'm here on a sort of a special assignment. I need your help.
I'm in a hurry.
Oh, you don't want to be in a hurry, Jack. Look, lots of things can happen when a fellow hurries. For example, I know a gent who lost a darn good job when his boss learned that he was an ex-crook.
Why, you...
Now, let's go somewhere and talk first, Bell, Come on over to Candy Lonigan's cafe.
Jack Randall decided it would be wise to accompany Matson to the cafe and hear what he proposed. He didn't know that on that day of all days, Sergeant Preston and the great dog King were waiting at his home.
Jack should be home, Sergeant Preston. He should have been here some time ago. I can't imagine what's delayed him.
You may have had to work overtime, Ellen.
Oh, that must be it.
I'm sorry. I wanted to see him.
Oh, can't you wait a little longer?
The man I'm to meet at the falls will be waiting. I've already stayed longer than I should have.
Oh, it would have meant so much to Jack to have you with us when we have Jimmy's birthday cake.
I'll come back here, Ellen, before I leave the country.
Oh, will you?
Yes, probably late tomorrow.
Oh, Mommy, nice dog. Jimmy and King have become good friends.
King likes children. I have an idea, Helen. I'll leave King here until I return.
Oh, would you?
Why not? I'll not need him. The rest will do him good.
And Jimmy can play with him.
King, I'm going to leave you here, fella. You behave yourself. I'll be back tomorrow.
King didn't want to be left behind, but he was made to understand that he had no choice in the matter. He watched quietly as his master left the house, then lay on the floor near the door and permitted the 6-year-old boy to fondle his luxurious coat and scramble on his back. It was dark outside when suddenly the dog leaped up. Someone was coming. He caught the scent of a man he knew.
Daddy, Daddy!
Oh, Jack, you're late.
That door.
Jack, it's King. It's Sergeant Preston's dog.
Oh, nice dog.
Sergeant Preston?
Well, he waited as long as he could, then he had to leave the meet down at the falls. But he'll be back tomorrow, Jack.
Daddy, now you light the candles on my birthday cake?
Helen, I've got to go out again. Right away.
Oh, no, Jack, the birthday.
Daddy, my cake with candles on it.
Listen, son. Daddy's in a mighty big hurry. We will have to wait until later for that birthday cake.
Jack, what's the matter? What's happened?
Oh, don't worry, Helen. Everything will be all right. Where's that dark hat of mine?
Oh, it's there in the cupboard. Oh, is this something you brought for Jimmy?
Put that down. You drop it.
Daddy, what's this?
Give that to me.
Jack, this is lasting powder and fuse.
Helen, listen. Matson is here in Whitehorse. You remember Matson?
Yes.
He's a special investigator of some kind, and he's trying to get evidence against Candy Lonergan.
He runs the cafe.
Matson wants some papers that are in Lonergan's safe, and I've got to get them for him. And I've got to hurry while Candy's not around.
You mean you're going to break into Lonergan's safe?
Yes.
Oh, no, Jack.
It's all right, Helen. I'm on the side of the law. I've got to help Matson. If I don't, he'll tell Mr. Gregory and everyone else about my past.
Well, let him. You pay for your wonders.
Yeah, but I'd lose my job. I'd lose all I've worked for.
Jack. Oh, Jack, please.
I've got to hurry.
Jimmy's been waiting so long, and there's a friend to see you.
I'll be back in an hour or so. Let Jimmy take a nap. We'll have his birthday when I get back.
Mommy, why did Daddy leave?
Oh, Jimmy, I wish I knew. I wish I knew.
We'll continue our story in just a moment. Fellas and girls, listen. Quaker Puff Wheat and Quaker Puff Rice are offering you a complete new miniature model farm.
Boy, you get swell models right on all new packages.
Yes, anyone can build these exciting models of farm buildings, equipment, and animals simply by getting new packages of Quaker Puff Wheat and Quaker Puff Rice.
You get as many as 16 models on a single package.
And there are 8 different packages with 46 detailed scale models in all.
Say, they don't cost a single extra penny.
Just look at all the models on package number 1 alone.
You get your own farmhouse and your own model watchdog.
That's Queenie the collie. Other models are, well, there's Dobbin the horse and Bossy the cow.
And you get a garage and pickup truck.
What's more, these models are easy to build. All packages are pre-cut and scored. Assembling is a cinch. No paste or glue is necessary.
Gee, look at that big red barn on package number 3. It's got a sliding door.
Other farm buildings have windows and doors that open and close.
What fun you'll have with this Quaker model farm.
Best of all, you can start building these models right away. There's no waiting, nothing to send in. All you do is get the new model farm packages of Quaker Puff Wheat and Quaker Puff Rice.
Wheat or rice shot from guns is my favorite cereal.
What could be better? These models now come right on the packages. Remember, there are 8 different packages, 46 swell models in all, and they come only with Quaker Puff Wheat and Quaker Puff Rice. So get busy. Start your Quaker model farm right away.
It couldn't be easier.
There's no waiting, no extra cost. Simply go to your grocer. He now has Quaker Puff Wheat and Quaker Puff Rice with these swell new models. Hurry, they're waiting for you. Now to continue our story. Sergeant Preston had left the great dog King in the home of Jack and Helen Randall until he returned from a meeting. King stood watching Helen sob as though her heart would break after Jack had left the house with the announcement that he had to blow open the safe in Candy Lonergan's cafe. The big dog had been trained to meet almost any situation, but a woman's tears bewildered him.
Mommy, please don't cry.
All right. I'll not cry anymore, Sonny. There now. Mother's all through crying. Only Sergeant Preston hadn't left.
At the mention of his master's name, King whimpered softly.
Sergeant Preston would have known what to do. I'm sure he'd have told Jack not to do this thing.
Moved by a feeling of sympathy, King rested his powerful jaws on the knee of the unhappy woman.
King. Oh, King, if you could only get your master back here. I do want to talk to him.
King barked at the door to register his desire to go after Sergeant Preston. The act gave Helen an idea.
King, I'm going to let you go. I'm going to fasten a message to your harness. That's what I'll do. Mommy, wait, Jimmy. Just wait till Mother writes a short note. Then I'll be with you.
The worried woman scribbled an urgent message to Sergeant Preston, then fastened it to the harness of the great dog King.
Now, King, go. Go and find your master. Go to Sergeant Preston and Godspeed you.
The Mountie was well on his way to the community known as the Falls to meet a man with whom he had an appointment. He was pushing through the early evening moonlight when he heard a distant bark. It sounded familiar.
Sounds like King. It is King. Hey, boy. What's this mean? What are you doing here? I told you to stay with Mrs. Randall and Jimmy. Hold on now. Stop tugging like that. Huh. What's this? A note?
The Mountie unfolded the note. Then, using his parka as a windbreak, he struck a match to read the urgent message. One word caught his eye.
That's...
King barked a response to his master's reaction.
King, boy, I've been traveling in the wrong direction. Get going, fellow. We're hitting the back trail and we're traveling fast.
King raced along the back trail, running ahead of Sergeant Preston and stopping frequently to turn and back, as if to urge the master to greater speed.
Come with you, King. Keep going, boy.
The great dog went directly to the home of Helen Randall and jumped and barked before the door.
King, you're back.
He brought me with him, Mrs. Randall.
Oh, Sergeant Preston, thank goodness you're here.
I read your note. You spoke of a man named Matson.
Oh, yes. I'm nearly beside myself with worry. I didn't know what to do. You see, my husband, Jack, came home, but he couldn't stay for Jimmy's birthday. He had to leave in a hurry.
Because of Matson?
Yes.
You said something about opening a safe.
It's the one in Mr. Lonergan's office. I don't want Jack to do it. Even if he is working for a lawman, he shouldn't open a safe. That's what got him into so much trouble before.
I'll go to Lonergan's place right away.
Oh, but just a minute, Sergeant Preston. The safe is not in Lonergan's cafe.
No?
It's in another building. Lonergan has two buildings. They're connected by a covered walk. His office is in the smaller one. That's where he has his money in his safe.
All right, Mrs. Randall. Thanks for the information. Come on, King.
Hurry, Sergeant Preston, hurry.
The small building that served Candy Lonergan as an office was quite dark. The only light came from the moon that shone through a single window that Jack Randall had left open when he entered the room. Cold air streamed in, but despite this, Jack's face as he worked before the iron safe was beaded with perspiration.
Now to get the fuse in place. It's a good thing I'm working on the side of the law. Helen will understand everything when I have time to explain. Now to light the fuse.
Randall touched a match to the short length of fuse and watched it burn for a moment, then took refuge behind a heavy desk. Sergeant Preston was at the rear of the cafe when he heard the explosion. The blast lighted up the building that served as Lonergan's office at the end of the covered walk. Close on the heels of the blast, two gunshots sounded.
Come, King!
A number of men, including the constable who had been in the cafe, rushed through the long corridor toward the office. They saw Matson at the end of the corridor near the office door.
Boy, come here, Matt. What is it? What's happened? I heard an explosion. What's going on? Get the constable. Get Lanigan. Get them both here fast. I am right here, Matson. So is the constable. What happened in my office?
Lanigan, I was looking for you. Thought you'd be in your office.
What's the gunplay mean?
I got here just outside the office door. Then I heard an explosion.
I heard it. We all heard the explosion.
What was it? There's gunshots.
Quiet. Let Matson tell his story. Go on, you.
Well, I snatched open the door. The room was dark and filled with smoke. Then someone fired a shot. Just missed me. I jerked out my gun and I fired back. Well, I
Guess I got the man. Well, he's right there.
You, Joe?
Yeah?
Get a lamp, go in the office.
I'll see what I can find.
You got a gun, Matson?
Yeah, here. One shot fired.
Constable, look here.
Come right in, Constable.
Sergeant Preston.
That's right.
Hey, Preston, where'd you come from?
Hello, Matson.
Oh, where?
King and I came through that open window. We were just a little way off when we heard the blast and gunshots. Quiet, King.
Put the lamp right there, Joe.
All right.
And get a couple of others going. We got to see how hard hit this man is.
He's alive. You'll recognize him, Constable. You too, Lonigan.
A great day.
It's Jack Randall. Turned safe cracker. Let me at him. He tried to kill me. Get that dog back.
Stay where you were, Matson.
Randall, a thief? I can't believe it. Hell, there's the evidence, Lonigan. Safe blown open, Randall on the floor, and his gun right beside him.
How long have you been here, Sergeant Preston?
Just a minute ahead of you. Matson was shooting when I came through the window.
Randall's always been a crook. He did a term 3 years in Dawson. Sure, that's right. You can prove it by checking the records. Before that, he was wanted for a lot of other crimes.
Matson, you know that's a lie.
It is not. It's a truth.
When Randall was on trial at Dawson, you tried to pin a number of other crimes on him and failed.
What's going on here?
It's Gregory. Hey, it's a banker.
Come in, Gregory.
That's Jack Randall on the floor.
I'm fixing his wound, Mr. Gregory. You just grazed with a bullet.
You ought to hang for trying to kill me.
Sergeant Preston, is that true?
I doubt it.
You doubt it?
I don't see how you can doubt it, Sergeant Preston. The evidence is here before our eyes. The open safe, Matson's story.
I saw Randall at the safe.
There. I think that bandage will do for the time being.
And there's Randall's gun right beside him on the floor.
Preston, I hired that man on your recommendation. If he's proved to be a thief...
I had a lot of paper money loose in that safe. It's gone. Oh, it is, huh? Well, I guess Randall can tell where it is.
Let's wait until he regains consciousness, see what he has to say for himself.
In the meantime, it wouldn't hurt to go through his pockets and see if he has Candy Lonigan's cash.
Very well, Matson.
Be sure you search him thoroughly, Sergeant Preston. I'm watching you close.
Oh?
There you are. Look what the Mounties found.
Money. Holding money.
There's the evidence. Now, what do you say, Preston?
He's regaining consciousness.
Oh, I can't believe that he's a thief.
Well, he is. And the chances are he figured on cracking the safe in your bank soon as he had the right chance.
Oh, what?
Take it easy, Jack.
You, Sergeant Preston. King.
Don't try to talk until you're ready.
What happened?
You know what happened. You're caught cracking the safe and I shot you. I wish I'd have killed you, you thieving polecat.
Matson.
Oh, you can't lie yourself out of this job.
Why? Wait a minute, Matson. What are you saying?
We're all waiting to hear what you got to say. Go on, start your lie.
Here, Jack, I'll help you sit up.
Thanks. Matson, he told me to come here to smash that safe.
Oh, listen to him.
Be quiet, Matson.
You did, Matson. You threatened to tell... Oh, Mr. Gregory. Tell your story, Jack. Mr. Gregory, I did a term in jail before I came to Whitehorse. I knew that, Jack. Sergeant Preston told me all about that before I hired you at the bank. You knew it? Of course. Any man can make a mistake. But tell me, Jack, did you make the same mistake a second time? Did you come here and smash that safe?
Oh, yes. Matson told me he had to get evidence. He said that he was a special lawman. He threatened to go to you, Mr. Gregory, and tell you I'd been in prison if I didn't help him. Well, that's a mighty fancy lie, Randall. Me, a lawman. Oh, that's funny. I haven't been a lawman since just after your trial in Dawson.
Jack, what happened just after the explosion?
The door opened. Matson came in.
Go on.
Matson shot at me. That's all I know.
That was after you shot at me.
I didn't shoot. I couldn't. I didn't have a gun.
A liar?
I tell you, I didn't have a gun.
How about the gun on the floor where you were lying?
I don't know.
And how about the cash we found in your pocket?
Cash?
Andy Lonigan's cash from his safe.
I have something to say about this cash. There's just $200 here. I'm sure Lonigan had more than that.
I sure did.
Maybe it's in this room. Maybe we can find the rest of the money.
How? How would you do it? You mean search us all?
I don't think it'll be necessary to search anyone. All the cash in the safe is close to the explosion of the blasting powder. It'll have a strong scent of burnt powder. King should be able to help. Here, King. Get the scent, boy.
Just what sort of a trick are you trying to pull, Preston?
You'll find out, Matson, in just a minute.
I told the truth.
I believe you, Jack. Let's see what King can do. Go on, King. Find it.
King, with a scent of gunpowder and paper money in his nostrils, moved from one man to another in the crowded room, while every man watched, tense and wondering. Then the great dog moved to Matson. Suddenly, he made a leap.
Matson got
King's fangs closed on Matson's pocket.
Get away from me!
There was a ripping of cloth. The pocket tore loose. and a bundle of paper money dropped to the floor.
Money! Look at it! There you are.
Preston, I'll kill you. Preston snatched the gun from an inside pocket, and King leaped at the gun. The shot went wild. Then Preston shot.
That'll do! Here's another! Got him, King.
Get him off of me.
On guard, King. Down, boy. On guard.
Sure, Sergeant. He brought that gun out so fast, he might have gotten you if King hadn't jumped him.
So you had another gun, eh, Matson? You came here well armed. You fired one gun at Randall, then you fired another and threw it to the floor at Randall's side. You had a third, a sneak gun. Well, I'll take that one. Why, you must have moved fast. After the safe was blown open, you shot twice, then grabbed cash in the safe, put some into Jack's pocket, and the rest into your own. Then you went to the door and shouted.
I got nothing to say.
That doesn't matter. A jury will decide your guilt.
That dog hadn't have been here.
We'd have caught up with you sooner or later, Matson. I was on the way to the falls to meet a man who could tell me where to find you when King came with a message saying you were here in Whitehorse.
You were looking for Matson?
Yes, Jack. For impersonating a member of the Northwest Mounted Police. But now we have him on another charge. Charge of robbery and attempted murder.
Gosh. King captured me 5 years ago. Now he's saved my neck.
Take charge of Matson, Constable.
Right, Sergeant.
I'll help Jack home. His wife and son are waiting for him. You too, King. Thanks to you, old boy, we're going to a birthday party. And the case is closed.
In just a moment, Sergeant Preston will give you a preview of Friday's adventure. Don't forget, get special new model farm packages of Quaker Puffed wheat and Quaker Puffed rice pronto. They're at your grocer's now. Think of it. You can actually get 46 colorful models of farm buildings, farm equipment, and farm animals. These exciting, easily assembled models come on 8 different packages, and they're yours at no extra cost. Don't miss out. Start building yourself a model farm right away. And don't forget, these exciting models come only with delicious Quaker Puffed wheat and Quaker Puffed rice. They're waiting for you now on your grocer's shelves. So hurry. These radio dramas, a feature of the Challenge of the Yukon Incorporated, are created and produced by George W. Trendle and directed by Fred Flowerday. This story was written by Fran Stryker. The part of Sergeant Preston is played by Paul Sutton. They are brought to you every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday at the same time by Quaker Puffed wheat and Quaker Puffed rice, the breakfast cereal shot from guns. Listen Friday when Sergeant Preston and Yukon King meet the Challenge of the Yukon in the case of the Skagway Patrol.
It isn't very often that a member of the force works out of uniform. But it was necessary the time the Major sent me down to Skagway. Skagway is an American territory, and it was my mission to get a line on the criminals who were coming into the town. For a while, King and I were actually members of Sophie Smith's gang, until I found out who we were. And from then on, we were fighting for our lives.
Be sure to hear this exciting adventure Friday. Till then, this is J. Michael wishing you goodbye, good luck, and good health from Quaker Puffed wheat and Quaker Puffed rice. So long. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
We're offering this particular service, but I can understand those that think, we see so many on a day-to-day basis. Let's try a day without advertisement and see what that's like. Brazil just took it one step further in the city of Sao Paulo. They just got rid of the whole thing. So, Leo, I'm sure you knew about this. When it became a thing in 2006, you were younger, but did you have a reaction at that time? Like, did you think it was going to be a hit, or did you think it was a little silly?
No, I loved it at the time. I wish my city had done it too. Yeah, I wish Brasilia had done it. I wish Rio had done it. It got pretty praised. So the project was called in Portuguese Cidade Limpa, so clean city. it's a funny thing because the mayor right now, just 2 weeks ago, the former mayor, which was mentioned, Gilberto Kassab, so he's responding for crimes now in trial. Thinking of Brazil is a mess.
Oh, no.
Responding for corruption crimes.
Oh, boy.
Taking bribes.
Oh, dear.
Oh, it all comes down like the dirtiness afterwards. But yeah, so we'll see. These guys do good things, but also there's a lot of dirty things that come.
There's always dirty secrets. There are always some dirty secrets. But interesting. Okay, so we got to know even more about Brazil. Mayors may not be super trustworthy. There you go. That's something to keep in mind. Let's bring back Roberto. Yeah, Roberto, I think we got time for one more. Are you okay with live theater? Live theater.
I love live theater. You mean like theater?
People that she's seeing, and perhaps older people aren't even making it to the hospital.
The new variants would be responsible for this change in the case. The new variants do concern us because they are more transmissible and can change the course of the disease, but they are a consequence of cause. We have a hot situation in our health system and with the people that in general, in our cities, states in general, doesn't respecting the social distance and other sanitary measures.
You're right. So you have this chaotic situation that's taking place. Both of you talk about the healthcare system collapsing. I was seeing that the Brazilian president, Jair Bolsonaro, he was describing state governors and mayors who were imposing lockdowns to contain the outbreak tyrants, and he said it was time to reopen the economy. I mean, I'm wondering, Dr. Tarsila, how do you see the way out of this?
I am very disappointed to say that a year has passed and the situation has definitely gotten worse. We are still wasting a lot of time, energy, and money in a discussion which is very outdated. We are still discussing about hydroxychloroquine, ivermectin, and other useless medications, so there isn't a consensus about anything in the country. The government keeps sending mixed messages, so the state governors say that lockdown and social distancing is important. The president says this will only cause poverty and unemployment. Healthcare workers say that vaccines need to be bought and distributed, and the president says he won't buy a Chinese vaccine relating to Sinovac, but he hasn't bought Pfizer, Moderna, or Janssen vaccines. So whenever I attend a patient in a routine visit, not related to COVID-19, I ask him or her, will you take the COVID-19 vaccine if you have the chance? And most of them have thousands of questions regarding lockdown, regarding the vaccine. They don't know if lockdown is effective. They don't know if the vaccine is harmful, if it is safe, if the Chinese vaccine is bad. There are so many fake news spreading about either lockdown or vaccines that even if we get the so desired vaccines, many people won't take it.
Do you see a way out?
Well, for me personally, this was very hard. I spent the past year working in COVID-19 wards and intensive care units. I haven't seen my family in 14 months. I have seen colleagues getting sick, colleagues and supervisors who I admire crying in the middle of a night shift. And the way I handled this, the way out I have seen so far, was telling myself, when the vaccines come, this will all be over. It will take some months to get everyone vaccinated, but we will get out of this hole by vaccinating everyone. However, the vaccines came and we are not vaccinating. Why? Considering we have one of the best immunization programs in the entire world. Brazil is huge, but wherever you go, there is a primary care facility ready to apply vaccines, which is a big deal. So why aren't we vaccinating? We didn't buy vaccines.
The challenge of the Yukon. Did you get that, hurry up signal, fellas and girls? This is the very last day on this program. We can offer you a sensational Sergeant Preston mounted police whistle. Have pencil and paper ready. Be sure to hear today how to get for yourself the official two-toned kind of police whistle that Sergeant Preston always carries. It's offered only by delicious, nourishing Quaker puffed wheat and Quaker puffed rice. Stay glued to your radio for details. Young Corey Lane slammed the door of Matt Deacon's cabin angrily and started trudging down the main street toward the center of town. The wind-driven snow bit deep into his cheeks, and he welcomed the sting. Ann Howard, who owned the Beaver City restaurant, lived next door to Matt, and as Corey passed her door, he thought of stopping. Then he rejected the idea. He wanted to be alone in his disappointment. Suddenly, he heard his name called. He turned back. Matt Deacon was standing in the open doorway of his cabin. A shot rang out. Matt clutched at the air and then slumped to the threshold. The door of Ann's cabin opened.
It's Corey, Ann.
I thought I heard a shot.
You did. Look.
It's Matt. Did you shoot him?
No. I don't know where the shot came from. Across the street, I didn't see anybody.
Is he dead?
I'll go see. He's dead, all right.
Are you sure?
Absolutely.
Oh, listen. Listen, they've heard the shot downtown and they're coming from the cafes. Corey, you can't stay here.
Why not?
Because you'll be blamed. Come with me to my place.
What's the
Don't
sense?
argue. Just come on.
All right.
I'll put out the lamp.
What's the idea, Ann?
Matt Deacon has been murdered.
I know that,
And
but...
you're the accused of it.
Huh?
I heard you talking with Hugh Mason, Matt's partner in the restaurant today. And a lot of other people must have heard you.
Well?
Deacon and Mason, you owe them money. Your claim is up for security and your note's due in a day or two. You came into town to get it extended, and Hugh told you that Matt handled all such matters. That he'd be back from Dawson tonight and you could see him in his cabin. Matt refused to give you any more time.
How do you know that?
Oh, the nature of the beast. He wants your claim.
It's true. He did refuse.
Too many people know that you plan to see Matt tonight, and when they find him dead, well, listen to
I
me.
was outside your door when the shot was fired. You saw me. I didn't have any gun. You can tell them.
They'd say I was lying to protect you. Now, I would too, Corey.
Oh, Ann.
But the best way is not to have to lie. Now, get out of here and go back to the palace, to your room.
And deny that I was ever here? What's that but lying?
Refuse to say anything.
You can't do that.
All right, then lie. Oh, say that you decided to see Matt in the morning instead of tonight.
No. They're one of the men. I want to know if you saw anybody.
Go out through the kitchen, out the back way. Now, hurry.
All right. Ann?
Who is it?
Kate Corby. Let me in.
No, I haven't finished dressing.
Oh, please let me in. It's important. It's about Corey.
Well, all right. Now, what about Corey?
Matt Deacon has been murdered.
Oh, so that's what the shot was. Well, what does it have to do with Corey?
Well, he came to see Matt tonight. I thought he might have stopped here. They're saying...
I don't care what they're saying. I haven't seen...
Start lying yet, Ann. Not to Keg. Corey.
Why haven't you gone?
Keg's an old friend. You don't have to worry about him. Corey, you didn't do it. Oh, of course not.
The rest of the town will never believe that. I've been trying to persuade him to go back to his hotel room before it's too late. Then when they go after him, let him find him in bed.
She's right. There are too many people around.
Not in back, and you'll never be seen in this storm.
You can make it all right.
Oh, please, Corey. Please, for my sake. Or it's someone else. Now, get out of here, both of you.
Come on, Corey. All right.
As Sergeant Preston and Constable Downey drove into town, they were attracted by the crowd in front of Matt Deacon's cabin and headed straight for it. Looking, hello.
Sergeant Preston, there's been a murder. Sergeant, somebody shot Matt Deacon.
Come on, Jim.
Right with him.
Inside the cabin, the body had been placed on a cot. Doc Forrest had finished his examination and was talking to Hugh Mason as the sergeant and the constable entered.
Well, Sergeant Preston.
Hello, Mason. How are you, Doc?
Sergeant?
This is Constable Downey.
How do you do?
Doctor?
It's a sad business, Sergeant.
How did it happen?
We found him lying in the doorway. I was playing poke at the El Dorado when we heard the shot. We all came running.
Doc was the first one to get here.
That's right, Sergeant. He was dead when I examined him. Bullet entered his left side and pierced the heart.
And he wasn't able to say anything.
No, Sergeant.
Any idea who did it?
Well, there was no one around, but with the darkness and the storm, it would have been a simple matter for the killer to make his getaway before I arrived.
You saw no one?
No, Sergeant.
I'm offering a $1,000 reward.
Are you?
Matt was my partner. And no sneaking coyote's gonna do a thing like this and live to brag about it. The money goes to you, Sergeant.
The Northwest Mounted doesn't accept reward.
Then it goes to anyone with information that'll lead to the killer's arrest. Maybe I can earn it myself.
Huh? What do you mean?
Corey Lane. He had a note coming due.
What about it?
Well, we had supper together tonight. He wanted to talk to me about it, but I told him that Matt handled all our loans. That I expected him back from Dawson this evening. That Corey could discuss the matter with him here.
That all?
Corey was anxious to see him tonight. Wanted to head back for Wishbone Creek the first thing in the morning.
You believe that Corey killed him?
I don't say that, but I happen to know that Matt never renews the note. Corey stood to lose his claim.
Then you believe that he had a motive for killing him?
It's up to you to decide, Sergeant.
Thanks for the information. Is that desk locked?
I don't know.
No. If you don't mind, gentlemen, the constable and I would like to go through Matt's papers.
Well, aren't you going to ask Corey any questions?
Later. Now, if you don't mind...
Sure. Let's go, Doc.
During the next half hour, the sergeant and the constable made a thorough examination of the cabin and the contents of Matt Deacon's desk. When they left the cabin, there was still a crowd out in front. Hugh Mason hurried to the sergeant's side.
Going after Corey, Sergeant.
Where's he staying?
The Hotel The Palace. I'll show you.
All right.
Man, let's go with you.
All the men followed the sergeant to the hotel, but he asked them to wait in the lobby, and he and the constable climbed the stairs alone. Corey was in room 204.
Yes?
Sergeant Preston and Constable Downey, Northwest Mounted Police. You're Corey Lane?
That's right.
May we come in?
Why, sure. Better leave the door open till I light the lamp.
All right.
What's on your mind, Sergeant?
Did we wake you up?
No, I just gone to bed.
You been out tonight?
Well, I had supper at Ann Howard's place. I came back here afterwards.
When was that?
About 7.
You stayed here?
Why, yes. Take a look at these, Sergeant.
Your mucklucks, Corey?
Yeah, they're wet. This piece of ice here that hasn't melted yet.
So you have been out since supper?
Why, yes.
Did you go to Matt Deacon's cabin?
All right, I did, but I didn't kill him.
Do you have a gun?
I didn't when I was there. I got one in my knapsack.
I'd like to see it, Corey.
Yeah, it's in here. It was in here. I never took it out at all.
It's gone.
Yeah.
What was it?
38 revolver. Had my initial scratch on the butt. You think I used it and then threw it away? Why would I tell you I had a gun if I didn't think it was here?
Sit down.
Sergeant,
Sit down. That's better. Did Matt refuse to extend your note?
I still have 2 days. I was going to try and borrow the money.
He refused?
Yes. But I didn't kill him. I'd left. Ann Howard lives next door. I was in front of her cabin when I heard Matt call to me.
He called to you by name?
By name. Corey.
Not Lane?
Oh, Corey. I turned around, and just as I did, I heard a shot, and Matt dropped. Ann will tell you that I was standing in front of her door then. She opened it as soon as she heard the shot. She'll tell you that I didn't have a gun.
Corey, you had the motive to commit this murder, and you had the opportunity.
How could I?
But neither Constable Downey nor I believe you did it.
Huh?
We believe it was planned before tonight, and that you were elected to take the blame for it.
I was elected? By whom?
Well, that we must find out. For the time being, we'll let people think you're our principal suspect. Let the real criminals think they've succeeded in their plan.
Are you arresting me?
No, Corey. But I want you to take this whistle.
Yes, sir.
The constable and I intend to stay close to you from now on. If for any reason you need our help, blow that whistle. We'll continue our adventure in just a moment. Going. Your last chance is almost gone, fellas and girls. Yes, today is the very last time on this program you'll hear how to get a thrilling Sergeant Preston mounted police whistle.
A whistle that's a 14-karat gold-plated copy of the very whistle that Sergeant Preston always carried. And that saved his life time and time again. You can't buy this sensational whistle anywhere, in any store. It's offered only by delicious Quaker puffed rice and Quaker puffed wheat, the famous ready-to-serve breakfast cereal shot from gun. Wait till you see what a beauty of a whistle it is. Gleaming 14-karat gold-plated with a cord attached of gold-colored braided nylon. And what a big He-Man whistle it is. Actually over 3 1/2 inches long. It's not a toy by a long shot. It's of heavy-duty metal. It feels heavy. It is heavy. It's not an ordinary single-tone whistle. It's an official two-toned police whistle. Now, this is the last day we can tell you how to get it. So, listen carefully. Buy a package of Quaker puffed wheat or Quaker puffed rice. The bigger, better-tasting cereal that's shot from gun and full of bang-up, nut-like flavor. Then send the box top with only 35 cents. That's 35 cents. And your name and address to Yukon, Box L, Chicago 77, Illinois. And with this money-back guarantee, you can't lose. Hold this Sergeant Preston mounted police whistle in your hand. Blow it just once. And if it isn't a better, far better whistle than you've ever heard or seen, you may return it and get every cent of your money back, plus postage. Act now. This is absolutely the last day of this radio offer. Send your 35 cents and 1 box top from Quaker puffed wheat or Quaker puffed rice to Yukon, Y-U-K-O-N, Yukon, Box L, Chicago 77, Illinois. Now to continue. When the sergeant and the constable returned to the lobby, it was still crowded, and Hugh Mason was leading the discussion.
Now, there's a court now, Dave. But all Matt was my partner. The least that I can do to bring the criminal to justice.
Talk to the clerk, Jim. Get a room as close as you can to Corey's.
Right. Well, Sergeant, what'd he say?
At first, he said that he hadn't left his room this evening.
That's a lie.
He admitted it later.
He went to see Matt. Did you arrest him?
No.
Well, why not?
Because I don't have enough evidence for that?
But if you don't lock him up or something, he'll try to escape.
Well, that would prove he was guilty, wouldn't it? He wouldn't get far, Mason, and sometimes it's a wise thing to give a man enough rope.
Oh, enough rope to hang himself, huh? Maybe you're right.
Gentlemen, I'd advise you all to go home. I intend to conduct a complete investigation tomorrow morning.
Don't forget, fellas, $1,000 for anyone.
What's vacant?
205, the room next door.
Good.
There's only one cot, but I'll have another one put in.
Fine. Oh, and clerk.
Yes, sir.
If anyone should ask where we're staying...
Oh, I understand, sir. The constable warned me. If anyone asks, you're on the 3rd floor.
Nearly all the men in town adjourned to the El Dorado Cafe after they left the hotel. Keg was standing at the bar talking with Hank Travers when Hugh Mason walked up to them.
Keg, we got things to talk over. I'll say we have. Follow me in the back room. You too, Hank. All right.
What's the idea of making yourself so all-fired important, Hugh? Why did you have to offer that reward?
It was the natural thing to do.
Sure. Because it's the natural thing for a guy to think of his own skin first.
I don't have to protest my innocence. I have 50 witnesses to prove that I was at the El Dorado when Matt was killed.
Well, I was there, too. So if the case against Corey doesn't hold up and the sergeant starts looking for someone else, I'll be the one to...
Take it easy, Keg. If you were arrested, you'd be sure to implicate me.
You can depend on it.
We must make sure that Corey is convicted.
He will be. All the evidence is against him. I don't know. There's Ann. The sergeant hasn't talked to her yet. Her story will be in Corey's favor. She might be able to convince the sergeant he had nothing to do with the shooting.
We won't give it a chance.
You're not suggesting...
No. Now listen to me, both of you. The sergeant is practically convinced that Corey is guilty. You heard what he said. The only reason he didn't arrest him is that he doesn't have enough evidence right now. He's given him enough rope. You heard him? Enough rope. Well, one false move, and Corey will be through. What do you got in mind? We'll persuade him to get out of town. That's impossible. You could do it. His good friend, his pal, who's only thinking of his welfare. No, it isn't good enough. I haven't finished. I'd need an argument. Something will panic him, make him want to run. There isn't anything. You're wrong.
You still have his gun, haven't you? Yeah. No chance of getting it back in his room. That's a good thing there wasn't. Let's see it. Here. You haven't cleaned it or anything? No. One shot fired and his initials on the handle. Here's the story. Hank, you and a couple of other guys were looking around in the gully in back of Matt's cabin. You found this gun.
It was long after midnight when Corey was awakened by a stealthy knocking at his door.
Who is it? King. What's the matter? Let me in. Was someone out there with you? It's Hank Travers. He's found your gun. Where? In a gully back of Matt's cabin. My gun was stolen. Whatever you say, Corey, but it's going to look mighty bad if he turns it over to the police. He knew I was a friend of yours, and he came to me first. It's a break. What does he want? He'll tell you, but let me handle it. All right. Come in, Hank. Hi, Corey. So you found my gun? Yeah. I think maybe you stole it and used it to kill Matt. You're loco. There were a couple of other guys with me when I found it. In the gully back of Matt's. One shot fired. Where is it? I haven't got it with me. So what do you want? Well, it's this way, Corey. Matt was as mean as they come. He deserved what he got. I wouldn't like to see you hang for it. Thanks. But your initials are on the gun. If I give it to Sergeant Preston, it would just about cinch a case against you. I'd collect $1,000 from Hugh Mason. So that's it, huh? I'll sell it to you for $500. I'm not interested. Don't pay any attention to him, Hank. Of course he's interested. If I had $500, I'd have paid off my note. We'll get it, Hank. I'll go on hold. We'll see you in the morning. You better make it early. Keg, there's no way I can raise $500 by morning. And even if I could... I know. Besides... I was only stalling. Only one thing left to do. What's that? Get out of here. Run away? You're sunk if you don't. Lucky it's still snowing. There won't be any tracks to follow. I can take you to a place where you can hide out for a month if necessary. No one will ever find you. And after they stop looking, I'll see that you get across the border. I don't want to run away. Besides, there's no sense to it. No sense? You were at the cabin. You had a fight with Matt. They find your gun with one shot fired from it in the gully in back of the cabin. With that kind of evidence against you, there isn't a jury in the world who wouldn't find you guilty. I didn't do it. Well, I believe that. No one else will. The sergeant believes I'm innocent, too. Oh, at least he said... he came downstairs and told Mason he was giving you enough rope to hang yourself. What? That's what he believes. To hang myself? I heard him. Now go on, get dressed. I'll meet you out and back with my dog team in 10 minutes.
For a moment, Corey stood irresolute.
Enough rope to hang myself. Giving me that whistle in case I needed him.
Swiftly, he began to dress. As he slipped into his parka, he saw the whistle lying on the table, and without understanding the impulse, put it in his pocket. Then he left the room. Keg was waiting in back of the hotel.
I'm on board. Where are we going? We cut through the forest to Gonaway Creek. What's there? Your hideout. The old Polar Star mine. Let's go.
Push on! The team had hardly disappeared in the storm when the sergeant and the constable stepped out the back entrance of the hotel and hurried to the run where King and the other members of the sergeant's team had been sleeping.
Land them, King, fast!
It took only a few minutes to harness the team.
The tracks aren't covered yet.
No. There's the trail, King. Follow it. Quiet, boy. You'll have to keep the team quiet. All set, Jim?
All set.
Go on, King. On, boy.
Keg drove his team hard over the drifted trail through the forest, up and over Windy Ridge, and then down the far side to Gonaway Creek. At the head of the creek, they stopped in front of the entrance to the old Polar Star mine.
Keg, what's the matter? There's a sled. Those are dogs buried in the snow. Yeah. There's somebody here already. We've got to find some other place. This'll do, Corey. Go on inside. Hey, what's the idea of the gun? It's your gun, Corey. Is that explanation enough? No. It should be. I'll get going. Light this lantern. Give it to me. Now march.
With his own gun pressed into the small of his back, Corey was forced to walk into the mine.
When the end of the main shaft was reached, Keg issued a command.
To the left.
Now Corey could see a faint glimmer of light ahead of him. As he neared it, he realized that it came from beneath a door.
Don't bother to knock, Corey. We're expected. Go on, open the door.
Beyond the door, there was a room, evidently used at one time to store tools. Inside were Hugh Mason and Hank Travers.
Keg, what have you done? Why have you brought me here? Shall we tell him? Of course. We're helping Sergeant Preston. He told us that if you ran away, it would prove that you were giving.
Why, Keg? I thought you were my friend.
Anybody can make a mistake.
It sure must have been stupid to make that one, though. The only thing Keg likes about you is your girl. What are you going to do with me?
We've been considering that, Corey. I'm afraid there's only one answer. We can't just leave you here. You'd head straight back for town and tell the sergeant you'd been kidnapped. We could tie you up and leave him. Cold would finish you off, but the surest way is a bullet. Let him have it, Keg. Not me. I've done enough killing for one night. You are stupid. You thought Matt called after you just before he was shot. He didn't. He didn't say Corey. He said Corby. He saw me.
Why?
That question is getting a little monotonous, especially since we have no intention of answering it. Shoot him, Hank.
Not me. My cut isn't big enough to include murder.
All right, then let me have his gun, Keg. May as well make it look like suicide just in case he's ever found.
Here, as Corey watched Keg hand the revolver to Hugh, his hand closed on the sergeant's whistle. Almost absent-mindedly, he put it to his lips and blew.
A whistle. Let me see that. School. The name engraved on it. Let's see. Sergeant Preston. Where did you get this?
He gave it to me. He told me my life was in danger. If I ever needed his help, I was to use it. I waited a little too long.
He told you your life was in danger.
And that he didn't believe I killed Matt. Keg persuaded me he was lying. My friend.
Now, this changes things. How does it?
He suspects us.
How could he? What good would it do him if he did? Corey's the only one who could prove anything, and he's through. Hey, what's the matter with this gun? You hit the empty chamber. Now I've got it. Now is
right. Drop that gun, Mason.
Sergeant Preston.
Why, you... Anyone else like to trade shots?
No.
Evidently not. Get their guns, gentlemen.
I'll get them. Sergeant, how? When I blew that whistle,
We were just entering the mine. We got here as fast as we could.
But how did you know?
The constable and I were in 205. There's a knothole in the petition. We heard everything you said to Keg and Travers.
It was Keg who shot Matt. You suspected him all along?
No, Corey, not until he persuaded you to leave town. The man we suspected was Hugh Mason.
Why? Hugh was Matt's partner.
And used his position to steal money from him. Matt had all the proof, and he showed it to us in Dawson. I came here to arrest Mason for embezzlement. You'd better bandage his arm, Jim.
I will, sir.
He must have known that Matt was on to him, and he stood to gain more than anyone else by Matt's death. Not only safety from prosecution, but according to their partnership agreement, all the firm's property went to the surviving partner in case of death. Safety and wealth was a great temptation.
And you were right, Sergeant. Except that it was Keg who actually fired the shot. He hired Keg and Travers to help him.
Well, your testimony, we can prove it. And let's get started back to town.
Here's your whistle, Sergeant.
You handle it as if it were worth $1 million.
Or whatever a man's life is worth. It saved mine.
I'm glad, Corey. Come on, King. This case is closed. In just a moment, Sergeant Preston will give you a preview of Monday's adventure. A Friend in Need. Last chance, fellas and girls. This is your very last chance on this program to hear how to get a Sergeant Preston mounted police whistle of your very own. A genuine 14-karat gold-plated copy of Sergeant Preston's own mounted police whistle. And with it, you get a 12-inch gold-colored braided nylon cord. You can hang it from your buttonhole or belt for any emergency. To signal your pals when you're on a tight spot. To use on patrol on dark nights. And it's perfect to call and train your dog. Remember, this is not a cheap toy whistle of tin or plastic. It's a big 3.5-inch whistle of heavy-duty metal. So hurry, hurry, hurry. Send 35 cents. That's 35 cents with your name and address and one box top from a package of Quaker puffed rice or Quaker puffed wheat.
The swell-tasting, crisp, fresh cereal shot from guns. Send to Yukon, Box L, Chicago 77, Illinois. That's Yukon, Y-U-K-O-N, Yukon. Now, this is absolutely the last time on this program we can tell you how to get a 14-karat gold-plated Sergeant Preston mounted police whistle. So listen and get this for sure. Send only 35 cents and one box top from Quaker Puffed Wheat or Quaker Puffed Rice to Yukon, Box L, Chicago 77, Illinois. That's Yukon, Box L, Chicago 77, Illinois. And now, here's Sergeant Preston.
Sergeant Preston reporting, sir.
Oh, yes, Sergeant. A man named Kelma was arrested last week for embezzling money from the bank down in Whitehorse. At the time of his arrest, he swore to get revenge on the bank manager for turning him in to the police.
Oh, yes, sir. I read the report on that case.
Well, I've just had word that Kelma has escaped from the constable who was bringing him here to Dawson City. He may head back to Whitehorse and try to get the bank manager. I want you to track him down, Sergeant, before he gets a chance to carry out his threat.
Right, sir. I'll start immediately. Let's go, King. Yes, it's up to Sergeant Preston to capture an escaped criminal before he can get revenge on the man who had him arrested. One thing is certain. He won't be taken without a desperate fight. Be sure to hear this exciting adventure Monday. These radio dramas, a feature of the Challenge of the Yukon Incorporated, are created by George W. Trendle, produced by Trendle Campbell Enterprises, directed by Fred Flowerday, and edited by Fran Stryker. The part of Sergeant Preston is played by Paul Sutton. They are brought to you every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday at the same time by Quaker Puffed Wheat and Quaker Puffed Rice, the breakfast cereals shot from guns. For a delicious hot breakfast, eat Quaker Oats. The giant of the cereals is Quaker Oats. Delicious, nutritious, makes you feel ambitious. The giant of the cereals is Quaker Oats. Say, boys and girls, do you want to be a star someday in sports and activities? Then start on good Quaker Oats breakfast tomorrow. Because nourishing oatmeal gives you more growth and endurance than any other whole grain cereal. Remember, Quaker and Mother's Oats are the same. This is J. Michael wishing you goodbye, good luck, and good health from Quaker Puffed Wheat and Quaker Puffed Rice. So long. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
You're listening to Chin Radio AM 1540, the voice of multicultural Toronto, bringing you the latest updates on COVID-19. Stay informed, stay safe, and stay tuned to Chin Radio AM 1540.
Countdown for blastoff. X -5, -4, -3, -2, X -1. Fire! From the far horizons of the unknown come transcribed tales of new dimensions in time and space. These are stories of the future, adventures in which you'll live in a million could-be years on 1,000 would-be worlds. The National Broadcasting Company presents X -1. Tonight, Universe. We are just beginning to discover how boundless our universe really is. And yet as man reaches out to the stars, out toward infinity, ironically enough, he may be building himself a new kind of prison. What would it be like to live all your life in a world no larger, say, than a single gigantic rocket ship bound on endless mercy?
Q, look out!
You all right?
Yes, just missed me.
What was it?
A mutant with a slingshot, I think. Must have dashed down that passageway.
Want to go after it?
No, we'd never catch it, Alan. Probably 12 decks above us by now.
I didn't think they ever came down this far. Trolls usually get them before they reach this level.
They get more daring each generation. This one looked like a female.
Male or female, it might have killed us. I told you this trip was pure foolishness, climbing 24 deck levels to hear a crazy old man rave.
All right, Alan, we're almost there now. Let me see, compartment X, 15, level 24. Now, this is the place.
This area smells as if it hadn't been visited by a sanitation crew for generations.
This part of the ship is almost deserted.
Yes?
Is this the compartment of John the Witness?
Who are you?
My name is Hugh Hoyland, cadet from Scientist Barracks. This is my friend Alan Mahoney.
What do you want of John the Witness?
No need to talk.
Are you a believer in Jordan?
Naturally.
I have heard that there are those among the younger scientists who doubt the word of Jordan.
To doubt is death. We're not heretics.
Ah, okay.
I've brought you a gift of tobacco, grown on the richest level.
Oh, it smells good.
I assure you it's of the best.
Wait here. I'll get him.
What a rat's nest. Well, what the devil do you think he can tell you?
Alan, I'm not sure.
Well,
Are you John the Witness?
I am.
Good evening to you. I'm Hugh Hoyland. This is my friend Alan Mahoney.
What brings a gentleman of the scientist class to my humble compartment?
I've heard that you and your parents before you have been keepers of the legend of the ship.
Since Jordan gave the word.
I'm anxious to hear the word as Jordan spoke it.
Why?
Because our young scientists, well, among them there have been some who talk against the word.
There are regulations against such heresy.
Still, some of them say the ship has no purpose. They say that we are here accidentally, that we have no more grace in Jordan's eyes than the most deformed mutant who dwells in the highest level of the ship.
What shall I say to you?
Well, I wish to hear the word from the mouth of one who knows, in order that I may become more convinced.
Sit. You have a gift for the witness?
The finest tobacco.
Good. I will dim the lights. Now pay close attention, for these are the words as my father's father's father gave them to his sons, sons, sons. This is how the ship came into being, how our people were created. In the beginning there was only Jordan, thinking his lonely thoughts. Out of his thoughts came a vision. Out of the vision came a planning, and out of the planning came decision. Jordan's hand was lifted, and the ship was born. Mile after mile of good compartments, tank after tank for gold and corn, ladder and passage, door and locker fit for the needs of the yet unborn. He looked on his work and found it pleasing, meet for a race that was yet to be. He thought of man, and man came into being. Then Jordan checked his thoughts and searched for a key. Man untamed would shame his maker. Man unruled would spoil the plan. So Jordan made the regulations, and order came to the works of man. A crew he created to work at their stations, scientists to guide the plan. Over them all he created captains,
made him judge of the race of man. Thus it was in the golden age.
These are the true words?
As my father's father taught them.
But what are the strange beast-like people on the upper levels of the ship? Surely Jordan did not create them.
Jordan is perfect. All below him lack perfection. You have heard of the legend of Huff?
I have heard that he mutinied against Jordan.
Darkness swallowed the ways of virtue. Sin prevailed upon the ship. And before wisdom prevailed in the bodies of Huff and his followers were fed into the converter, some of the rebels escaped and lived to father the mutants. They are tainted with the sins of their fathers.
Witness. One more question.
Speak.
What is the ship?
The ship is a great sphere, 25 kilometers wide and 100 levels deep.
I know that, but the upper levels.
Regulations forbid us to venture into the upper levels, but it is said that beyond the levels of the mutants lies the forbidden place where Jordan's spirit prevails.
So I've heard, yet something troubles me. Something which prompted my coming here.
Yes, my son.
What lies beyond the ship?
What?
What lies beyond the ship?
This is heresy.
Answer me.
I will not permit such talk. The ship is complete. The ship is universal. The ship is everywhere. The ship is endless.
Your mutterings are those of a frightened old man. They answer nothing.
You question the word?
I think you lie.
Hear me, Mr. Hoyland. For what you have already said, I can have your body fed into the converter. Your soul launched on the endless trip.
You threaten me. You, for Jordan's sake. Do you think I fear this dried fig of a man?
You! Sir, my friend is impetuous. He does not understand.
I might be persuaded to forget a substantial gift.
Why, you Alan, come on. The sight of this so-called holy man offends me.
No, you shall not leave.
Don't try to frighten me with that gun, old man.
Remain where you are, heretic.
I warn you, put down that gun.
No, closer.
Drop it.
No, very well, then. Death to the heretic.
Alan, get him.
You're listening to Chin Radio AM 1540.
Alan. He's not breathing. Is he dead?
I don't know. Come on, Hugh, we've got to get out of here.
Right.
Nowhere. We can't go back. They'd feed us into the converter before we can even...
What's that? An alarm. That old woman must have turned it in. Come on, Alan. The patrol will be here in no time.
Where can we go?
Yes, where? The upper levels.
No, the mutants.
We'll have to take our chances. Come on, Alan, let's go. Listen, that's the patrol. Come on, we've got to climb.
There's a hatchway down the corridor.
Right, quickly.
Oh, early fire!
Alan, up the ladder. Up. Come on, Alan, come
on! Hugh, wait. How far are we from the outside wall?
Judging by the slope of the deck, about 2 miles. Alan, let's try this passageway here.
You hadn't asked him that stupid question.
Now, there's no use going over that.
But why did you do it?
I've been thinking about it for a long time. You began to give me those stupid, tight answers. And I just saw red, I guess.
Who are you to question the ways of Jordan? When you asked me to go with you to visit the witness, I thought you wanted spiritual help. I never dreamed.
I'm sorry, Alan. I'm sorry. I couldn't foresee this.
Wait a minute.
What?
I saw something move. Near that bulkhead.
I don't see anything.
Maybe my eyes are going bad. Listen! You behind us!
Alan, look out! What are you? That knife. Keep away from me, you. Not yet. Who are you?
Forgive my friend Bobo. Like so many of my people, he's rather impetuous. We're members of the so-called super race, I think.
Who are you? What place is this?
You can guess. My leg. I'm a mutant.
Mutant? Where is Alan?
Your friend is dead.
Dead?
I was not able to restrain my people in time to save him.
Why don't you destroy me and get it over with?
We do not kill for pleasure, Mr. Harland. Only when necessary.
You know my name?
I read your identification tag.
Who are you? Mutants can't read.
My name is Gregory.
Gregory?
I'm a leader of my people. You see, although we are unfortunate in our heredity, Mr. Harland, many of us are quite intelligent.
Why do you live like animals?
We'd rather live like free animals than like regimented slaves, as you do.
I've heard you practice cannibalism.
Undoubtedly, you hear many things about us. You turn your head. Why?
That monster. I've never seen a creature like him.
Bobo is an unfortunate. He was born without the power of speech.
How can you tolerate such a monstrosity?
You've learned to live with difference. If we began to destroy our imperfect as you do on the lower levels, there would soon be no one left.
It violates the regulations. The word of Jordan.
You know, Mr. Harland, your people are really quite primitive and barbaric.
You dare say that to me?
I dare say a good deal more. Let us go to my compartment and speak further. I'm always interested in information on the lower levels.
I'll give you no information.
Bobo. Mr. Harland in my cabin, please. I advise you to go quietly, Mr. Harland. Bobo has a hatred of superior beings, which is unfortunate, but quite understandable. Proceed. Enter, Mr. Harland.
This is where you live?
Yes.
But you have books.
Stolen from your libraries, Mr. Harland.
Quantum, astrophysics, philosophy of interstellar navigation, celestial mechanics. You read these?
Most of them.
I had no idea that you... Why did you bring me here? What do you intend to do?
Do you believe in Jordan, Mr. Harland?
There is no other belief.
And the trip? I suppose you believe in the trip, too.
What else is there to believe? When you die, your remains are fed to the converter, and your soul makes the trip.
And where does the trip take you?
By to Centaurus, of course.
Ah. Where or what is Centaurus?
Centaurus is... Mind you, I'm just telling you the orthodox answer. Centaurus is where you arrive when you've made the trip. A place where everybody is happy and where there's always good eating.
And you believe this?
Well, the peasants believe it literally, but many of the younger scientists, like myself, know it is figurative and symbolic. Why do you ask?
Did it ever occur to you, Mr. Harland, that the trip is exactly what your peasants believe it is? What? And that the ship and all the crew were actually going somewhere, moving?
The ship can't go anywhere. It already is everywhere.
Imagine a place bigger than the ship. Much
Bigger?
bigger. With the ship inside, moving inside.
There can't be any place bigger than the ship. There just wouldn't be any place for it to be.
Oh, for God's sake, listen. You know the lowest level?
Of course.
If you started digging a hole in the lowest level, where would that hole go?
It's forbidden to think such thoughts.
Where would it go?
I can't think about it.
Bobo, we're going to take Mr. Harland to the place.
No. Where are we going?
To the top level.
That's certain death.
Nonsense. I've been there 1,000 times. Come on.
No, I won't. I won't. You can't make me.
I think we can.
Please.
Now, will we proceed peacefully, or shall I have Bobo persuade you? Open the door, Bobo. Inside.
What place is this?
This, Mr. Harland, is the main control room. Mr. Harland, you're trembling.
It isn't true. No. No, there's no such place except in mythology.
Ah, you younger men are so wise, Mr. Harland, except for one thing. This happens to be the main control room of the ship.
Main control? But it's just a huge room with an instrument panel.
And what did you expect?
How do you know this is the main control room?
See these instruments? Using them, the navigator many hundreds of years ago actually steered the ship on its way.
I don't understand.
I didn't suppose you would. Sit down.
Very well.
Look up. What do you see?
A huge shield.
Watch it for one moment, Mr. Harland. You're going to see something that few of us have ever been privileged to witness.
What are you doing?
The lights, don't be frightened. Keep your eyes focused on the shield above us. Ready? Watch.
It's sliding back. Ghost Jordan. What am I seeing?
The universe, Mr. Harlan. The universe in all its beauty. Stars, planets, sun, moon, constellation.
No, it can't be. The ship is the universe. There is nothing but the ship.
But there it is. You see it before your eyes, spread out like a canopy of glory. You still deny it? Answer me, Mr. Holland. Do you deny it?
No, I can't deny it. They've lied. They lied to all of us.
Good. Showed this to others of your people whom we captured, and though they saw it before their very eyes, they would not believe.
Please, tell me all about it. Tell me the truth about the ship and about the universe. What are these things? How did this come about?
Many thousands of years ago, on a planet like those you have just seen, a planet called Earth, a scientist named Jordan decided to build a ship that would carry men from one planet to another. For many years, Jordan and thousands of others studied and planned. When they were finished, they built the ship. A ship so large that it had to be assembled in its own orbit beyond the place called the moon. 60 years it took them to construct. And when it was finished, a whole new science had been conceived. Then the trip was begun. The trip that was to land a colony of Earthmen on a far-off planet called Centaurus, millions of light years beyond the furthest planet ever reached before.
How do you know these things?
Among my books are the log, which Jordan himself kept, and the records of the journey for the first 40 years.
What happened?
There was a mutiny. A man named Huth led a rebellion of those who wanted to turn back. In the struggle, the navigators were killed. And the crew fell into a state of anarchy. In the years to follow, small groups of men tried to organize the ship for navigation, and each time they failed. Finally, the whole idea was abandoned. And so, for centuries, we have swung in space, unmanned, undirected, living in a lost world of our own making, without purpose, without direction.
Why have you told me this?
Can't you guess?
You want to finish the trip.
Yes, but I can't.
Can't.
Look at me, Mr. Hoyland. You see, a mutant, a man with a twisted leg. My people are outcasts, condemned to death if we so much as set foot in the lower levels of the ship. The main drive is in the lower levels where my people are forbidden to go. No. It would mean that both our people would have to work together. Our differences encouraged rather than denied.
All right. I'll see the captain himself. I have an uncle on the central board. I'll tell him what I've seen here.
Do you think he'll believe you?
Send one of your people with me.
That's asking a good deal.
I'm risking a good deal by going back.
Very well. Bobo.
He can't talk.
There will be no need for talk. I will write a message guaranteeing safe conduct for a group of unarmed scientists to visit the main control room. Bobo will take you safely through our territory. What happens when you reach your own level is up to you.
One moment. Yes, what? You? Quick, Uncle, let us in. But this mutant is harmless. Please, Uncle, please. Now, what is this? You want to find out all about that. Uncle, listen. I must see the captain. The captain? Are you mad? Uncle, you're a council member. You can get me to see him. He'll kill you. You're one of the Harris. I don't care. I must speak with the captain. Now, Uncle, you're close to him. You can arrange it. I don't understand. Listen. The ship is moving. I can prove it. You understand? There is a purpose in the ship.
I don't understand what you have planned.
Now, never mind. Just talk to the captain. Tell him I have information of tremendous importance. Tell him I've arranged a truce with the mutants. Here, on this paper, signed by their leader. Do it, Uncle, for my sake. Uncle, please, if I'm to die, let this be my last request to you.
Very well. I'll speak to the captain.
And you say, Mr. Hoyland, that you saw this with your own eyes?
I swear it, Captain. I swear it on the word of Jordan.
Let me see the paper again. Mandarus, what do you think?
I don't know, sir. It might be a trick.
I guarantee you safe conduct.
If these things are as Mr. Hoyland reports them, it would pay to risk a few lives.
The man is a convicted heretic.
Still, we must not discount his word. He has a safe conduct, and the mutant risked its life coming with him. I think we might investigate.
Captain, you mean you will do it?
I will have an expedition outfitted. Dismissed, Mr. Hoyland.
Thank you, sir.
Captain
Commander, you will make the necessary arrangements for an expedition. And I trust you understand.
Perfectly, sir. Perfectly.
Lieutenant. Mr. Harlem, you better halt your men here. This is the spot. Patrol! Halt! Well, I see no welcoming party of mutants. There'll be none. Their leader will meet you inside the main control room. Don't say. Just where is this main control room? Beyond that door. See? All right, men. Ready up. Lieutenant, why are you ready arms? In case of ambush. Ambush? Wait a minute, Lieutenant. What are those